What is an ancient Hyrulean's favorite workout song? Zone Eye of the Tiger. Happy Tuesday, my friends. Welcome in. Sad. I like that one. Uh, I like that one. Welcome in. Cows are important. First in chat tonight, cows with the Korok emotes. Always a pleasure to have you here, my friend. And right at the top of the stream, Dead Zergling close behind. Welcome in, friend. I hope you are well. Hope you've had a wonderful dinner. Before you ask, we had breakfast tacos tonight. Sadly, my breakfast tacos did not come out super well, though. They weren't the best that I've made. Mile Hyrule, welcome in. More Tears of the Kingdom. That's what's on the menu for tonight. That's the only thing I plan to play is to hopefully make a healthy chunk of progress in Tears of the Kingdom. And Jelly, of course, welcome in. And thank you for making the Korok emote, which has gotten tons and tons of compliments, Jelly. Sad but true. I thought you came into my restaurant today, Mile Hyrule says. Sadly, no, Mile Hyrule. I would love to. I have not been out of the country, though. At least that's the story I'm sticking to. Let's go ahead and get my big head out of the way. So my breakfast taco, sadly, I think I ruined my non-stick pan. I had a very nice non-stick pan, but I had put it in the oven to keep the cats from getting to it after I'd used it, but before I was able to clean it. I didn't want them hopping up on the stove to to lick the pan clean or whatever. So I put it in the oven, and then I forgot about it. And then I preheated the oven, and I polymerized all of the stuck-on food bits to the non-stick pan. I tried my best to restore it. I tried my best because I thought like a good like deep cleaning with vinegar could maybe break some of that down and get it clean again, and it looks physically clean, but its non-stick properties have been lost. So my attempts to make breakfast tacos in it have not gone well. I gave it 2 tries. Last time they came out all right, but stuff sticks to the pan, so it's really difficult to deal with. It makes for some really kind of like, I don't know, inconvenient. I don't know what word I'm looking for is. It makes for a bad time. And I tried it again tonight. I gave it one last try. Same problem. My potatoes came out undercooked. Sad. But, every meal can't be a winner. I did my best. We'll get a new pan and it'll be better next time. Let's get our Korok out of the way. Let's get our game pulled up. Again, all I've done is let the Switch sleep, so we are exactly where we left off. I stepped into a new shrine. Don't remember what it was called. Hopefully I won't need that to help me figure it out. But we're gonna start off with a shrine tonight. Some meals must be losers for other meals to be winners. It is the law, Zergling says. I can appreciate that. I can appreciate that perspective. Hopefully our volume level is close to okay. I'll adjust it after a little while if I need to. I'm not really sure where we're going to need it to be for tonight. So I thought we'd start off... oh, this is a throwing shrine. Simple meal for me tonight. 1.5 pounds of steak strips fried in bacon grease. I made tortillas with bacon grease. Actually, the ones I ate tonight were not made with bacon grease. But I had I had a cup of bacon fat in the fridge. And so I divided it up and I made 4 batches of tortillas. And then of tortilla dough, and then I froze the dough. Because I didn't want the grease. I didn't want the bacon fat to go to waste while I was... before I got around to using it. Weird that it gave me these things. An arrow is not a thrown weapon, right? My health is poor. Alright, what can I throw? Nope, that's wrong. I need something that's actually made for throwing. Oh my goodness. This is what happens when you don't read the instructions. It wasn't for, like, lack of desire, though. Please. I've got to be the worst person to ever attempt this shrine. Okay, something is not right. Oh, we can throw... Alright. It's okay. I figured it out. I can throw peppers. I didn't know that. That's what the game wants me to do. You know. Off to a weird start tonight. Off to a not unsurprising start. Aim true and throw the material. Starting to drop in on truly scary bowls now, Zergling says. Definitely unnerving to step off a slightly curved cliffside 8+ feet up. I would not have the courage for that, Zergling. I admire your bravery. Alright, so how do I see. I mean, it's pretty cool that we have this ability. I just didn't know I had it. Well done. I'm surprised there have been 0 bridges. All in good time, cows. I promise a bridge before the night is over. Victory. Dynamite, welcome in. Welcome to more Tears of the Kingdom. I hope you are well tonight, my friend. Wait a moment. Wait a moment. We have flourless chocolate cake, but we use an edible flour as a garnish, and they said, I thought the cake was flourless. And my first thought was that was a Frownie joke. I completely missed that, Mile High Roll. I mean, that's the line you have to go with in that situation. It scrolled out of my window too fast. I'm sorry I didn't catch it. Oh, I feel bad. I feel bad. I've done that to you twice now. I didn't get a joke, and then I didn't see a joke. I swear it's not intentional. I would do that to you if you served me a flourless cake with an edible flour. I mean, I would hope that I would have the presence of mind to think of that in the moment, at least. I almost quit on the spot. We've had that cake on the menu for months, and it was the first time hearing it today. A bomb flower, nice. That's one of my favorite additions to the game. I really like this idea that you can attach nonsense to your arrows, and that they brought the bomb flower, so you don't have to buy bomb arrows. You can just make them. It's kind of that's really kind of fun. I mean, it slows down combat and it makes you overpowered. Like, it has negatives for, you know, if you want to be critical about it, but none of that bothers me. I'm having so much fun with it, I don't care about the drawbacks. Why are you jumping off cliffs, Zergling? Zergling is an extreme sports enthusiast. It was definitely a process of building up to the bravery to do such things. I'm not able to do 10 to 12 foot ones yet. I wish you the best of luck when it comes that time. Ooh, I'm getting a little lightheaded just thinking about it. Monster extract. Now that's a cool sounding item. You can collect bits of your fallen foes and distill them into powerful potions and elixirs. So, like, story-wise, or like, I don't know, where we are in the game, I guess it's story-wise. There was a city, it was called something like Lookout Landing. Yeah, there's a city over there. That's what that tower is, I think. And we went there and we talked to everyone in the city, and then they told us to head up toward the castle. But I saw a shrine, off in the distance and said, ooh, shrine first. And I think I saw another one too. So we're actually going to start with shrines before we think about any of the story stuff the game wants me to do at the moment. Yeah, I think there's another shrine over there, but I think there's one inside this wall too. Maybe I just can't see it from here anymore. Oh, that tower is not the city. The city's further away than that tower. That tower is part of the castle wall. Well, it's the same thing. There's a big city with some towers in it. And we talked to everyone there. And boy, all the dialogue really wore me down. But we're back out on our own again. There is a shrine this direction. Perfect. Why don't we do the old hit it with a marker thing? I don't do that very often. The marker thing's not really part of my MO. That's an enemy cave. Maybe we'll go over there too. I'm not really strong enough to be picking a lot of fights with a lot of enemies, but that is a shrine over there. Alright, well, we got a couple choices, couple shrines, and a couple directions. Story-wise, where are we at scorching-wise? Hey, Buddha Fingers, welcome in. Thank you for the wheel, of course. We'll give that a spin. Zergling says I'll post a video of me doing it yesterday in the Discord. Right on. No spoilers, but the story gets so wild. Right on. I'm looking forward to it. I'm not opposed to the story. I'm just, taking my time getting there. Can't wait to see you get to the point I'm talking about. All in good time. Is it shell shaded or what? It seems like only kind of. It's sort of weird, yeah. It's hard to say, Dynamite. There's definitely there's almost a cell shaded quality to the art. It's very close to it, but at the same time, it's a little bit more. It has more depth than cell shading typically has. So I don't really know exactly what you'd call it. It seems kind of like a compromise between the art styles of Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword. It's, maybe not my favorite art style. I like that it's more stylized and more artistic than realistic, but and it's not bad, but it could be better. Can I say a recommendation about the controls? It's a setting you can change. I think I'm gonna pass on that Mile High Rule. if you don't mind. You know how much, like, if there's something that can improve my quality of life, you know, I'm the kind of person that would rather not know about it and just complain about how poor my quality of life is rather than be educated. That's, I don't know why I'm like this. All right, Wheel of Scorching. Uh, a wheel filled with various spicy and sour items. And it has chosen my favorite, the sour item, the Warheads candy. I have the largest bag of Warheads I've ever seen. I'm going to pick a flavor at random and just enjoy it. And we got blue. Blue raspberry. Maybe you'll find it, maybe you're not. I'll tell you when you beat the game in about 8 months. I'm all for it that way then, Mile Hyrule says. Thank you. Ooh. I don't know why I like this. It doesn't last long, though. I've never had a Warhead. 1 to 10, how sour are they? It's kind of hard to say because probably, you know, people's tolerance varies. I think maybe, I don't know. Like, I want to say that it's like a 7 out of 10 experience when it comes to sour. I don't know if I've ever had anything more sour, but I can imagine that it exists. Are they the most sour candy you've ever had? You know what? I actually think I have had a more sour candy. One of those kind of like chewy, like sort of gummy strips with sour powder on it. I think I've actually had a variety of those that I felt was a little more sour than a Warhead, but it's hard to say. I used to like blue raspberry as a flavor, Dynamite says, but workout supplements like pre-workouts always come in blue raspberry, and it ruined it for me. That and sour apple. It's like they can't invent any other flavors. They do seem to be pretty common go-to flavors. Um, I think it's because well, I don't know about blue raspberry. Definitely with sour apple. I think it's just because of the strength of the flavor can can mask a lot of things, and so like it's an easy go to for that, right?
Savak.
Savak.
Oh.
Oh, you're quite the handsome Vo, aren't you? To meet in such a romantic place, could you be the Vo I was destined to fall in love with? No, no, I can tell just from the look on your face. You did not come here in search of your one true love. That's too bad. Still, in a place as magical as this, I really do believe I will finally meet the handsome beau of my dreams. But until then, let me tell you a rumor I heard about cherry blossom trees. Apparently, there's a strange creature. Oh, I still have the thing up. This is the content I come for. Happy to oblige. Apparently, there's a strange creature called a Satori that is sometimes seen near such trees. I've never seen it myself, but I really want to. I also heard that a Satori likes fruit. I guess I should have brought some kind of fruit with me, huh? Thank you for the heads up, because I would have played like that for hours. Endura Carrot. Highly valued as a medicinal plant, this carrot contains large amounts of nourishing energy. When cooked into a dish, it boosts your stamina beyond its maximum level. Oh my. Link is so short in this game. Is he? I mean, he certainly is compared to the Gerudo, but I think all the Gerudo are just super tall. I don't think I'm often near enough to other humans to gain an accurate perspective. He looks like he's 3 feet tall. Maybe all Hylians are 3 feet tall. Hey, we found a Korok. Aw, my friend and I got separated. My friend is sending up a smoke signal. I can't wait to catch up. I'm so tired, though. I can't move. Alright, let's go. Oh, there's a bunch of water in the way. So they want us to use this to fly over there? Hang on, I gotta put you down. What is this? A missile? What is this? A fan. Ah. Oh. Well. I wanted that. And now it's gone. Missile, come back! Please do what I did. I don't know if that's what you did. I hope it is. I think that missile is gone. I will not say. Fair enough. Hey, it's this guy. He's got the president. Oh, it's you. Thanks for your help earlier. I'm putting President Hudson here too. I can't stand here forever. I've got so many more signs to spread around. I don't know what to do. Alright, let's help him out. Oh, it's my missile! Or a different missile. I don't care which it is. It's a missile. We got it back. What is this? A light? I don't know what it is. Kind of cool, though. Alright. It stopped raining. I love rain in games or anywhere. I'm generally a pretty big fan of a rainstorm as well. Rain in the Breath of the Wild games is crazy inconvenient, though. You can't climb very well in the rain. Link always just slips down whatever he's grasping onto, and it becomes really obnoxious. So in this case, I'm usually happier when it's not raining, but I can definitely agree. I love a good rainstorm under most circumstances. But no, I don't want you to attach that way. It's fine. I have a different idea. How many times have I said it's fine during this playthrough? That's become like my new catchphrase. Why? Why is it at... I wanted it at an angle before and it refused, and now... Try letting go. How's the president standing? That was brilliant. I would never have thought of it. Alright, let's get him secured while he's still standing. I love doing these sign things, Smile Hyrule says. Right on. Hey, Derek Ocean, welcome in. Perfect. With your help, President Hudson is now standing properly and firmly in place. My heart fills with joy to see him doing so well on his own. Take this with my thanks. 20 bucks. Also, you must be hungry after all that hard work, right? Let me give you a little something I made myself. Veggie rice balls. I think we got those before. I still don't feel like I've thanked you enough. This is a little something from my premium collection, a special gift. Bomb flower. Nice. Now I can go other places and put up more signs, and with that, I'm off. I like the idea of these sign puzzles, but so far, there's not been much variety. I haven't had to be very creative with the resources or whatnot provided to me. So I would say I see the potential, but they've got a ways to go for me. I've only done 2 of them, so you know. Just watched this new horror movie, Derek says, called Malum. It was honestly creepy, but a good movie. Right on. I don't think I've heard of that one yet. Have to talk about my day for one moment, Dynamite says. Finally got that would have been $500 labor plus $250 parts brake job done by my mechanic for just the parts and a $25 bottle of rum for him. Nice. Hey, guess what? The best rock roast around is served up at a restaurant in Eldon to the northeast. My brother Bolden is a regular there, so if you head there yourself, you might run into him. If you do see him, tell him hi from me, will ya? What's his name? Naden. Naden and Bolden. I like that method of payment. Will work for rum. Made it to the end of Fallen Order. Struggling with the final boss. Had to take a break. I was getting annoyed. I've certainly been there, Derek. I mean, I haven't played that game, but I've certainly struggled with a final challenge or two. Naden and Bolden. Alright. Well, if I'm ever up that way. Oh, Jelly is bringing me some stuff. Excuse me one moment. Jelly brought me some snacks, but she also brought me something to help my bridge building go a little smoother. I got a hard hat. So let's... Oh no! So let's go. Almost had him a couple times. So close, but yet so far, Derek says. Talking about Dread and Terrifier 2. I've not seen either of those. You scared me. You're moving me? Then you must be able to see me. Be gentle, okay? I'm in a real pickle. I was traveling with someone and got separated. He told us all this before. He's already forgotten me. Oh no! This hard hat is a mistake. It's a hard-headed hard hat. Oops. My rocket. Oh, I actually got it. Now you look safe and cool, Jelly says. I posted the video I mentioned earlier. Zergling says, I'm not a great skater by any stretch, but I have fun with it. Right on. Thank you for sharing that, Zergling. I will certainly look forward to checking that out. Oh, and welcome in, Game and Fit. Hopefully I said welcome to you. I saw you there, and I thought about it. I don't know if it was just in my head. Link, you're too strong. Alright. Hang on, buddy. Perfect. That could not have possibly gone better. I have 1,000 things I want to say, but I respect you more than I care about telling you all the cool stuff. My lips are sealed. Thank you, Game and Fit. I appreciate that more than I am able even to express. Let's go. That was what I did. It seemed like the thing to do, right? Just attach him to the rocket. Take out the middleman. I don't like this. I don't like this bird thing. It doesn't do anything I want it to. We weren't all that far from the other side anyway, so it was all fine. Thanks for bringing my friend. Here's something for you. There we go. I feel like we'll have to have a just chatting stream after you beat the game, Cal says, for everyone to discuss everything together in 2024, Mile Arrow says. That might be a pretty good idea, actually. You know, at some point I'll reach a point where I'm, done with the game and open to hearing things. I struggled with these guys a lot in the first game, and this one is really no different. ruby sword. Slight improvement, I guess. I hated those things, Cal says. I'm holding on to Castlevania 1 knowledge, Budafinger says. There's something I don't know about Castlevania 1? That's interesting. Oh, great, it's one of these things. And he's full of boulders. May I? Yeah, Budafingers. Go ahead. You can share with me about Castlevania 1. I would like to know. I mean, I've said that kind of jokingly. There are undoubtedly lots of things I don't know about Castlevania 1. But yeah, I would be willing to hear that. How are you liking the game so far, Derek? Yes, I love this game, Derek. It's been fantastic. I'm having a great time. This hard hat is too heavy to continue to wear all the time. I'll try and remember to put it back on if I'm actually working on a bridge or something, but it's weighing me down. Two things. The whip doesn't get any stronger after the first upgrade. And they do it speed runs. It technically cycles faster. And they do it speed runs because it technically cycles faster. Oh, they use the first level whip. Okay. Gotcha. There is a secret refill on invisible stairs right by the stairs up to Drac. Oh, I don't know if I knew about that or not. I know there's one in Castlevania 4, right? I feel like I don't know. I don't know if I knew about the one in Castlevania 1 or not, but I would refuse to use it either way. It's a Drac staple, to be honest. That's the kind of thing that feels a bit too cheesy. I probably wouldn't use it. I didn't know the whip didn't actually get stronger, though. That's interesting. I mean, I guess it makes sense. One upgrade for strength, one upgrade for reach. My game of the year is going to be Lego 2K, Derek says. Right on. I hope you enjoy it. This is easily your game of the year, Game and Fit says. I've kind of lost sight of what I'm doing. I guess I should be trying to get to some of these shrines. I was completely distracted by the Korok. I wanted to tell you about the whip and the whip only runs. I definitely wanted the reach. I feel like, I don't know, if it cycles faster, maybe it would be worth it to forego the reach. How did that arrow miss? Alright, let's have a snack. How am I doing on arrows? I've got 23. So I'd say I'm just fine on arrows for now. Seeing that construction hat makes me think, have you dabbled in Super Mario Maker 2? I certainly have. I don't really do any building in Mario Maker. If it weren't for Mario Maker 1, I might not have ever bought a Switch. Mario Maker 1 is like, I bought a Wii U just because of Mario Maker 1. Like, it's the thing that made me, like, pay a little bit more attention to modern gaming again. That was when Mario Maker 1 came out. I ran out and bought a Wii U right away. And that's, I don't know, I think why the Switch came on my radar when it came out a while after. I bought Mario Maker 2 at launch. I went and picked it up at midnight, and I brought it home and I played endless mode on normal difficulty, and I grinded it for 14 hours until I was #1 in the world. And then I promptly passed out. I made a map. It's very simple, yet challenges a good percentage of players. Mainly the new guys. I would be up for trying out people's levels in Mario Maker sometime if I play it again on the stream, but I don't have any plans of getting around to it for a while, so probably no one would care by the time I did. But drew you in with Mario Maker? I mean, I love 2D Mario games, right? Like, and just the possibility of having, you know, potentially endless levels in the classic Mario games looked like a lot of fun. Different people were like playing it on YouTube or whatever, and it looked like a really good time. And I was just like, I need to go and I need to get a Wii U and I need to play this game right now, because, you know, I didn't want to pick it up 2 weeks later and no one care about it and it'd be completely dead and there'd be no levels for it. Fortunately, it didn't go that way, but, you know, things very well could have. Oh. It's a weird power-up, that time reversal power-up. It's very weird. Torch, which I cannot carry. I mean, what's preventing that? So I guess they wanted me to use the reversal to ride the raft back that way with the torch, but I mean, I showed up with a lot of fire. Oh, I still might need to get back. No. Oh, there's something going on over here. That's kind of fun. Okay. Make sure I give myself enough time to get to the door. No, I didn't give myself enough time. It went faster than I thought. One, two, three. Well, it doesn't really matter how long I let it sit over here. Time sitting still doesn't actually add to its... Time sitting still doesn't actually add to its situation. It's grown on me, Frownie. This looks like fun, and I'm digging the graphics. Just not the force parts. I'm glad to hear that. Hopefully, you know, maybe those parts will even grow on you too. But I'm very glad you're warming up to it. We did this different ways. My New Year's resolution is to see the good in all gaming. I stand behind that game if it says. That can be a difficult task to do. Best game ever minus Lego 2K. I have to cross this river again. Let's go see what's burning over here. Smells like it's on purpose, Jelly says. Oh, well done. Oh. Is this another Korok? It is another Korok. There's also a Lizalfo over there. Oh, it's the Korok's friend. Oh, no, it's not. They have green smoke. My friend is sending up a smoke signal. I can't wait to catch up. So tired, though. I can't move. I mean, there's just so many bridge building supplies over here. I need to stop setting the universe on fire. Jelly was doing a callback to something she said when we were driving. We saw smoke of a distant fire while we were driving. And Jelly said when she sees smoke in the distance, she's never really sure if the fire is like something like someone's grilling or if someone's house is burning down. And then she said, I think that fire's on purpose. It smells like it's on purpose. And that was just one of the funniest things I'd ever heard another human being say. I don't think that I don't think there's any situation in which you actually can tell the intent of someone's actions. based on a smell. The answer is always building a bridge. I can't let everybody down. Bridges are to be expected. I didn't do a very good job picking it up. It still doesn't actually reach. No, my bridge is going away. There we go. That'll help keep it in place. We're good. What's going on? The secret ending, Link gets to pet the dog. Alright, we did it. I made it thanks to you. Thanks for bringing my friend. Here's something for you. Alright, another bridge successfully completed. Frownie built so many bridges, his first name is Jeff, Budafinger says. Victory. Thank you for the trophies. Oh, That's right. I was going to investigate some smoke. Was that pun a bridge too far? It got better. Is this just a free tent? Oh. There's people here. Ban all the chat. They're unhinged today, Mile High Roll says. I've almost figured it out. Just a bit more brainstorming and...
Oh.
You've got this, Dak. That treasure is as good as ours. Hang on a sec. Prison? Hey, you. We're having a private conversation here. What are you? How long have you been there?
Huh.
We found that chest first. It's ours. I mean, it's in a bottomless bog of certain doom with no place to put your feet, so you probably can't get to it anyway. But any hidden treasure that's maybe, certainly, definitely in there is ours. Prison, cut it out. Sorry, Dak. It just slipped out. Bottomless Bog of Certain Doom. That's my new band name, Cal says. I need to think about how to get that treasure. So do your job and keep watch. Got it? As you can see, we're working here, so buzz off. I mean, haven't these guys ever heard of a bridge before? Do you play the cowbell in the band? Yep, and it really gets people moving. Oh my. Oh, my bridge is stuck between these two guys. Oops. I mean, that's almost walkable. Not quite what I want, though. I appreciate that, Dynamite. I do think there is a certain wisdom, though, to being careful not to set the wrong kind of example. Never know who might be lurking or coming in for the first time, and it would be a real shame to give ne'er-do-wells an excuse. What if I'm just setting the right example of the wrong example? Oh no. All this philosophy I don't know if I'm cut out for. I've almost got it, almost. Maybe we can get the treasure if we... Huh? Hey, Prison, where'd the treasure go? The treasure? Oh, that guy took it. Weren't you keeping watch? I was keeping watch. That guy took it. I was watching him the whole time. You gotta tell me these things. Keeping watch means you have to do more than just watch. Oh well, can't get them all. No use crying about it. You know, you're pretty good. Almost as good as us at hunting treasure. Huh? You're a treasure hunter too? Are you also going after Misko's treasure? Prison, hush. Sorry, just ignore him. Misko's treasure? So much for the just ignore him gambit. There's no way you're also a treasure hunter if you don't know about Misko's treasure, so we can tell you a little. Misko was one of the greatest bandits Hyrule ever saw, and not just a bandit. They were also a fashionista. Rumor has it, Misko's renowned clothing collection is hidden somewhere in Hyrule. We think the clothes are hidden up in the caves that appeared during the upheaval. Like up ahead in the Elden region. You couldn't really explore back when Death Mountain was erupting, but now everything's cooled down and the place is all rocky and rugged. There are probably tons of secret caves, perfect for hiding treasure. Prison, what are you doing? Haha, oops, definitely forget he said anything. You know... Hey, Spriven, welcome in. Thank you for the good luck wishes. Prison sure isn't good at no spoilers regarding treasure. Not in the least. It just occurred to me that if I had kept that missile that I used to move the Korok earlier, if I'd kept that missile, I could attach it to something and I could ride up to some of these sky islands. Maybe. I'm not really sure how high that missile would take me, but if I find another missile... You can bet we're gonna build a rocket ship to the sky. That seems special. Silent Princess. This lovely flower was said to have been a favorite of the Princess of Hyrule. They were once feared to have gone extinct, but it's not uncommon to spot them growing in the wild. Cool. Oh, wait. I dedicate this monument to the memory of the souls lost to the calamity. Zelda. I mean, it's not much of a monument anymore. I need some rebuilding. Razor Shroom. This mushroom is known for the natural slice in its cap. Eating it fosters your competitive spirit. Use it when cooking to prepare a dish that will increase your strength. increase my strength with a bit of coffee. Victory. These guys weren't guarding a treasure or anything, though? Yeah, they were. Oh, I can pull it out of the ground. Have you fought a boss yet? No, I can't say that I have. I haven't even found, like, anything that would really compare to a dungeon yet, though, so... One of the big weaknesses of Breath of the Wild is that, there aren't that many quote-unquote dungeons, and the dungeons that it has are pretty weak, and the bosses are pretty lame. So, that's something I'm hoping they've improved with this game. I don't know if that's going to be the case. We'll have to see. But it'll probably be a very long time before I fight anything like a boss. Like, I would expect probably a few nights away yet. Lizalfos horn. A thin, sharp, knife-like horn. Attach it to a weapon to increase its attack power, or cook it with a critter to brew an elixir. Lizalfos talon. This talon once grew from the elbow of a Lizalfos. Its aerodynamic shape increases attack power when attached to arrows. Stew it with critters to make elixirs. And Lizalfos tail. A highly flexible, stretchable tail. Fuse it with a weapon to add a lashing, whip-like quality to attacks. Oh, that's cool. Is this an eyeball? It is. We've come across... Oh, yeah. I... Blue Nightshade, a plant that grows in quieter areas of Hyrule. At night it gives off a soft glow. Cook with it to increase your stealth. Oh. Oh.
Yeah.
Hello there. I hope your travels are treating you well. I did not even see this person. So I take it if you struck up a conversation with a fashion-forward type like me all the way out here, you must also be searching for pieces of Misko's treasure. What's that?
Oh?
Oh, you don't know? There was once a legendary bandit by the name of Mishko, but thievery isn't what made him a legend. It was their unparalleled fashion sense. It said that Mishko collected rare outfits from all over the world and hid their pieces throughout Hyrule. May only be a story, but who could resist the call of garments like that? For fashion lovers like me, Misko's treasure is the ultimate score. That's why we're out in force trying to find it.
Oh.
So fate and fashion must have brought the two of us together right here. Shall I tell you where pieces of Misko's treasure are said to be hidden? Sure, though I think we already know. I think I found this year's Halloween costume, Cow says. I thought that might strike your fashionable fancy. Now, do you have a map? Here's what I've heard. A piece of a fairly wild outfit from Mishko's collection is said to fill the wearer with power is around here. A piece from a quite stylish outfit from Mishko's collection said to let you quickly climb cliffs might be here. I want that. A piece from a very snappy outfit from Mishko's collection said to keep you safe and lightning is around here. All these details come from my various fashion-forward friends who travel in other regions, but I'm not sure any of these treasures are quite right for me, given I don't like to battle and I don't climb cliffs. If you're attempting a difficult journey, I'm sure such styles could come in handy. That reminds me, do you know about the Great Fairies? What do you mean? The Great Fairies have long existed throughout Hyrule and have been known to bless clothing. But since so much ugliness came to our land, I've heard they've withdrawn from view, though I think one of them was seen around Woodland Stable in the east recently. I wonder what that's all about. Oh, sorry. I've gone on and on. It's been a while since I've been able to talk fashion with anyone. Time for me to get back to searching for Mishko's legendary outfits. Good luck, and goodbye. Alright, cool. Thank you for the intel. Oh, we're almost at a shrine, and it's not even one of the ones I was looking for. Woodland Stable. There's a lot of people to talk to around here. My wagon is just perfect. It's finally mine, the towing harness of my dreams. Took a while to save up enough pony points for it. So many wild horses registered, so many nights at stables. But it's all been worth it. Now that I've got this harness, I can tow to my heart's content. The only thing putting a damper on my wonderful day is this darned rain. Then again, if it's washing away all this muck, maybe it's a good thing. Hey, I could see you staring through the rain. Something up? You wouldn't happen to be jealous of my towing harness, would you? I totally get it. I mean, if you had a harness of your own, your horse could pull a wagon or all kinds of other stuff. Doing business from a wagon's always been a dream of mine, me being a merchant and all. I trade around Akala to the northeast, so if you ever pass me on the road, definitely give me a shout. Okay, sometimes their dialogue is slightly different if you talk to them again, but they seem to always... What is going on over there? What is that? We'll worry about what's going on. Ooh. Green rupee. A single rupee. Its soft green glow puts a smile on your face. I hope he's okay. Kilton? You there, traveler. Is that your face? Do you have business in this cave by any chance? I'm sorry to say, but right now it's... Big brother. It's no use. Colton? Kilton and Colton? Please, it's impossible, absurd even, to try to turn yourself into a legendary creature. A Satori, no less. Absurd. You should be working on the monster collection with me instead of chasing a silly dream like that. I will never give up, Kilton. I've always wanted to be a Satori. I will be a Satori. I do not care what it takes. All I need to do is get my fingers on a bubble gem, then I'm sure to turn into a Satori. This guy is like, he's like Tingle. And the rumors are true. There is a creature in the cave called a bubble frog, and it glows just like a Satori. God, but I didn't think it would be so high on the wall or run about all nimbly-bimbly like that. In that case, little brother, why not get someone to help you catch a bubble frog? Yes, yes. Do you remember all that treasure you collected? You could offer that in trade. Traveler, did you hear me and my big brother talking? If I'm going to make my dream come true, I must get my fingers on a bubble gem. Ah, but the bubble frog is so very nimbly-bimbly and hard to catch. What is your dream? You want to hear about my dream? Well, it's simple, really. I dream of becoming a Satori. You know, the creature of myth. Satori are legendary creatures that have been spotted all over Hyrule. Piercing eyes, bluish-white fur. Oh, how I've admired them since I was a wee Colton. And then I read these ancient texts, and they told me how to transform myself. Transform me, Colton, into a Satori. For it to work, I must find a bubble frog, a strange creature that loves dark caves and glows bluish-white like a Satori. Then I have to collect a bubble gem, which is a bauble that bubble frogs drop when they're feeling weak. That's why I chased after the bubble frog lurking in the cave. I want to get my fingers on that gem. But who knew a bubble frog could gamble about like that so nimbly-bimbly? I want to be a Satori. I will be a Satori. I'll do whatever it takes. I'm sorry. But that is my wish and my dream and my reason for doing such things. So if you get hold of a bubble gem, please give it to me. I'll give you a treasure in trade, I swear. Well, you're in luck. That's a bubble gem. Colton, is it the real thing? That perfect shape and the faint blue glow. It's a real bubble gem, real as can be. You did it. Now I could transform into a Satori, just like the ones I adore. Thank you very much. Please take this gifty in return. Bokoblin mask. Kilton's handmade Bokoblin headgear. It's almost charming in a cute, monstrous kind of way. Equip it to blend in with Bokoblins. See, I collect all sorts of monstrous treasures. That is, monster parts and goods that make you look like a monster. The mask I gave you was made to look just like a Bokoblin, so much so that even a Bokoblin would take you for one. By all means, do try it on. Then you will see what it's like to have the body and heart of a Bokoblin. At last, the time has come. Time to gobble down the bubble gem. Cheers and bottoms up. My body, it isn't changing, but I do feel a strange sensation washing over me. It can only mean one thing. I'm on the way to becoming a Satori, and that means more. I need more of them. And I can't just gobble them up one at a time. No, that'll never work. I must collect lots and lots and eat them all at once. And to do that, Kilton, big brother, I've decided to set out on a journey to collect bubble gems. I see. Well, it seems you've made up your mind. That being the case, you have my complete support. I hope you collect as many bubble gems as you need. Big brother, thank you, thank you. Traveler, I'm grateful for your help, but I've decided to set out on a journey to collect bubble gems. Next time you get your fingers on a bubble gem, please, please do give it to me. If you do, I'll trade you a gifty from my collection of treasures for it. And with that, I hope we meet again, sometime, somewhere. That was a lot to take in. Off he goes. I do hope he's able to make his dream come true. Now I have to be on my way as well. I'll be making the journey to Terrytown in Akala. But, dear traveler, thank you so much for helping my little brother, and though I hate to impose, I do hope that during your travels, you'll find time to assist him further. I'll keep my ears wide open for news of my brother's whereabouts, so visit me in Terrytown if you need help finding him. Yes, yes, I'll be going now. Gifty. Alright, this is our new look. What a polite little monster. Pico Pond Cave. Luminous stone. This mysterious mineral gives off a pale blue glow in the dark, which some believe to be souls of the dead. Apparently this stone can be used as a base to make special clothing. I hear some kind of creature. Topaz. This precious yellow ore contains the power of electricity. It's been known to fetch a high price since ancient times. A very stylish hat. I like it. I like it. Oh, it's probably the bubble frog. Bubble gem. Ruby. I wonder if that bubble frog periodically respawns. Probably. Probably every time there's a blood moon. It's a treasure chest floating out there. Soup ladle, a kitchen implement often used for serving delicious soups. It was carved from the wood of a sturdy tree, so it actually packs quite a wallop. How's a guy supposed to pick a path to Death Mountain? A trek up a mountain should be a red-hot adventure. Red hot? What's that? Did the fiery passion of my monologue catch your ear? Well, red hot is as red hot does, my friend. So a while back, Death Mountain was super active. We're talking full force, non-stop, red hot lava. But now the lava's all cooled down and hardened. It's even, I hate to say it, made a new road that's easy to walk. And ease, my friend, is the opposite of the red hot lifestyle. We do red hot gaming on this channel. Now the route going up Death Mountain from Foothill Stable to the east, on the other hand, that's an old dangerous road, absolutely crawling with monsters. That's what I call red hot. But my muscles aren't exactly ready to take that heat right now, so that makes my decision more complicated. Hey, we found a dog. I was gonna give him a piece of meat, but I don't have any meat. Oh, I want that wood. Red hot gaming. He got his tail. What a good puppy, Cow says. The NPCs of this game sure are something else. Hello there. Going by your clothes, I take it you're not a member of the survey team. You're a traveler, aren't you? It's raining again. Have you by any chance seen anything like the new animal species on your travels? Please tell me you have. I guess not then. There's a big rumor spreading around the stable association of something I think might be a new animal species. It sounds big and brutal like a bear and kind of tusky like a rhino, but rumor is that it's not a bear or a rhino. I think it's a lot more than just a rumor, though. There's an actual picture of the animal's footprints at one stable. If you see anything like a new animal species in your travel, please, please, please let me know. Oh, is this your first time here, mister? Welcome, this is Woodland Stable. Hey, I gotta know, are you looking for stuff that fell from the sky too? Thank you for the wheel, Buddha Fingers. We'll do that. Now this is red hot gaming. Excuse me, ma'am. All the survey team wears stylish bokoblin hats. Hello, Duck something. Welcome in. I don't think you can harm non-enemy characters. Is a hot dog a sandwich? Sunflower seeds. I almost got lucky. It almost landed on warheads again. But then it did one of those back spins. So, solar flare sunflower seeds. This is heat level 3, seasoned with ghost pepper powder. This is my last serving of these before I have to step it up to heat level 4. Not looking forward to that. So here we go. Heat level 10. Well, 5 is the maximum, so if they make above 5, I don't own them. Yep. I think I'm going to be alright, but boy, I don't feel very good right now. Excuse me. The next sunflower's gotta burn. Yeah, I kind of hope we don't land on it for a little while. Maybe someday we'll have a Carolina Reaper on there. I think I've got a long ways before I work my way up to that, though. Game and Fit says, I think I'm sick. I shouldn't have eaten those questionably old vegetables today. Oh no, Game and Fit. Hang in there. Yeah, I've been thinking about picking up one of those chips. I've looked at it before. Every time I look them up, every time I've looked them up, they're just pricier than I really want to go for. Like, it seems like you should be able to get them for like 8 or 9. You should be able to get one for like $8 or $9. But I don't know. I found one at $8 one time, and I added it to my cart, and then I logged in, and when I went to checkout, its price had doubled to $15. So I was a little bit annoyed and didn't order it. Have we got any sparrows on the loose tonight? I don't think I've seen any flybys. I've I've been in talks a little bit with Sparrow. He's got some things going on, keeping him a little busy. So maybe keep him in your thoughts a bit. But hopefully we'll have him back sooner rather than later. But yeah, I've thought about getting one of those one chips, and we probably will. This emote's inspired by it. Oh my. Yeah, I'm not really looking forward to breathing fire like that. The hottest sauce I've had is Tabasco. There's a whole world of even spicier things waiting for you to explore, Duck something. Be okay, Game and Fit says. Alright, just hang in there, my friend. Spend $1,000 on one chip? That would have to be quite the chip. Can I request an odd, not outrageous item be added for consideration to the wheel? I mean, sure, you can request Buddha Fingers. Whether or not I'll fulfill it is another question, but I would be curious to know what you have in mind. You don't know? Look up there. There's an island floating in the sky. You see it too, right? Sometimes when I'm looking at the sky, a big box falls down from that island. Ah, there, look. Oh. Can of Moxie soda. I think we've talked about that in the chat before. The name sounds familiar. I could take a look. Moxie. I wrote it on my post-it note on my desk here. That means a sky person's gotta be dropping them. I always knew there was a kingdom in the sky, and I've always dreamed of going up there to play with all the sky animals. But I'm still little, so I'm not allowed to go too far away. I want to hurry and be all grown up like you, mister, then I can go up there. Gotta go. I'll see you later then. Once I'm all grown up, let's meet again in the kingdom of the sky. Hey there, are you a fellow traveler on a journey of life? It's me, Beetle. If you forgot, my beetle-shaped pack is right here to remind you. In this topsy-turvy world, there's only one direction to go, forward. So when I travel, it's forward all the way. I can sell you bugs of the highest quality, and if you need anything else in your life journey, I can sell you that too. Short on rupees, don't worry, I'll buy anything you don't want weighing you down. And what better way to lighten up than to sell your rocks, gemstones in particular, fetch a high price? Well, what'll it be? Let's see what kind of things he has. Arrows? Seeds? And bugs. Do I want some arrows? I do. That sounds vaguely morbid. Oh, what the kid was saying. Yeah. It does. Depending on how you interpret that. Should we tell the newspaper what happened here? Absolutely. We'll tell this whole awful story to the Lucky Clover Gazette and no one else. They'll take it seriously. Look at this. Look at this guy's outfit. I can't keep the camera where I want. I don't know how we'll get word of this to them, though. The Lucky Clover Gazette is in the Heber region, and they're working out of a stable, I heard. That's all so far west, though. It looks like he's dressed up for the circus. Pinocchio. One of the jokes I made when the first trailer dropped, Game and Fit says, was, "This game is going to be riddled with bugs. I can't wait to collect them all." And the top reply was, "Beetle will be pleased." Very well done. Goats. This character's name is Violin. I didn't catch that before. I thought this person had a cat's face for some reason. I can't quite see it now, but this character looked very cat-like when we first came in. Thanks for coming in such bad weather. Welcome to my stable. We deal in all things horse-related. We also double as an inn. It seems you're not a member yet. Our stable uses the Stable Association's membership system, so you'll need to register if you want to use it. May I ask for your name?
Oh.
Link. All right, Mr. Link. There, you're all signed up. Now, would you like me to tell you about the stable system? Sure. Then allow me to explain. You can board your horse companions with us and then summon them as you please from our network of stables. You may have come across wild horses during your travels. If you catch one and ride it here to register it, it'll become your horse companion. There's a limit to how many horses you can board, but you're able to swap them in and out as you please. Once again, welcome to our stable. Would you like to lodge with us? A regular bed will cost you 20 rupees. Melania bed will be 50 rupees. If you sleep in a Melania bed, not only will you wake up more energized, Melania, the horse god, may also share a mystical message. This makes it a very popular choice among our lodgers. We don't offer such luxury to just anyone. Only customers with at least 70 pony points can use Melania beds. Now then, once again... Never mind. Wait, what am I thinking? I completely forgot to explain how pony points work. That's right, it's a reward system you can use at stables. In short, every time you use a service, you get points. No matter what stable you go to, you can get points for lodging there, registering a horse, stuff like that. Now then, since this is your first time with us at Woodland Stable, you get a pony point. Pony points card. Using a stable earns points. Collecting points grants rewards. Points needed for the next reward, 2. Save up points to earn a wagon load of wonderful rewards for you and your horse companions. You can trade your pony points for prizes at the ledger counter over there. Check out the ledger for prize details, member rules, and other information. Come back again anytime. This book contains useful member information for those who have registered with the Sable Association. Points and rewards. Your pony point information. You need 2 points to receive the towing harness. Remember, you can also check your pony points card to see how many points are needed for rewards. Hang on, let me see that again. Towing harness. That other guy had to save up a lot more points than I have to, it sounds like. The Stable Association has a point system to reward members every time they use stable services. You can collect points in a variety of ways, like staying at inns and registering horses at stables. I can't believe the stables have loyalty stamp cards now. It's always something. Ah, this is quite the outfit you've put together. Although perhaps it could be a little more coordinated. That is, a complete set would really work for you. Sorry, my eye for fashion can't help but see what it sees. I'm forever tempted by the latest styles. The same is true for my boyfriend. The two of us were going to Goron City to buy their trendy fire-resistant clothes, but when we were about to arrive, we got tangled up with some Gorons with strange-looking rocks. I got scared and came back on my own. If you're going to Goron City, then you should be very careful. What's the Lucky Clover Gazette covering in this edition? Great Fairy flees into Flowerbud. A great fairy known for her love of music has hidden herself away in her flowerbud nearby Woodland Stable. Is in a panic. Nearby Woodland Stable is in a panic. Wait, isn't this about the Great Fairy just north of here? When I got here, she was already hidden away inside her flowerbud. Troubling. I always read every word of these newspapers. Blood Moon brings dangerous nights. Be wary, dear readers. On nights when a blood moon rises, so too do monsters that had been defeated. This reminds me of that researcher who was studying the blood moon before. They were excited to visit a monster fort and see what they could learn about monsters and the blood moon. But they didn't seem all that physically strong. I hope they're doing okay. I'll leave you be. It's amazing how much you can learn about the world just by spending a little time reading. All thanks to the Lucky Clover Gazette. Though it does seem like they're short-staffed. Could I be a journalist? Yeah. Excuse me just a moment, my friends. I think we finally talked to everyone here. It rains so much in this game. Oh, wait, there was a shrine over here, back this way. Oh, do my eyes deceive me, or do you plan on setting out? I take it you're also headed to Goron City. This may be an odd warning, but do try to watch out for Gorons with strange rocks. The Gorons are typically so gentle and hard-working, but lately, it seems the young ones have stopped working altogether, and some are even playing tricks on travelers. I met one injured traveler who told me that the Gorons in question all carried strange rocks. So if you also plan to go to the city, watch out for Gorons with strange rocks. Also, there's a restaurant up this mountain path toward the city. I pointed a traveler in that direction quite some time ago, but there's been no sign of them coming back. It's hard not to imagine they've gotten into some sort of trouble. I don't really know what all this means, but it's the duty of a stable to keep its guests safe, so I can't help but worry. Ah, there it is. Those ears remind me of Stitch. Hylian Pinecone. Grows on trees found all over Hyrule. It contains oil and burns well. Throw it into a fire to increase the intensity of the flame. No. Here we are. That'll do, maybe. No? Well, we gotta get higher up. Hey, Young Street, thank you for the raid. Welcome in and welcome to your friends. More Tears of the Kingdom is on the menu tonight for us. Been doing a lot of wandering around. Just got done talking to everybody at the stable. And I'm about to go into this shrine, but I want to see if I can make my way up to the top of this little stone mushroom thing first. To which end I am now building a rather dubious little structure. No, it fell over. I did promise dubiousness. I made a giant chair the other day. Much more creative than anything I've done. For me, this game is mostly about making bridges and stuff that doesn't work. I like it. It's abstract art. Thank you. I think that's the kindest thing that will ever be said about any of my creations. It says you were playing Prince of Persia. Which one would that be? Is that like the PlayStation 2 game or the SNES game? I do believe there are a lot of Prince of Persia titles, right? '09 Remake on PC has no windowed mode, so it nearly killed my PC when I alt-tabbed out. I'm glad that was only nearly. If only I had put this together with some sort of plan. There we go. My plan was to just put together whatever would give me the height I wanted in like the quickest, laziest way. Oh no, I'm descending. And it ended up taking so much more time and effort. I must retire to bed. And I enjoy your streams, Frownie. Thank you, Young Street. That's very kind of you. Thank you again for the raid. And of course, by all means, do take care of yourself. If you need rest, I completely understand. Get the rest that you need and deserve. And we will see you another time. It's not coming together easy because you didn't wear your building hat. Hey, we got a missile. We can go up to Sky Island now, I think. Well, the description, I should have read that description out loud. The description said something about the missile burning out quickly. So let's keep our expectations measured, let's say. I can reach that from here? Seriously? Wild. It was sort of underwhelming to take that giant thing and mold it to my stick and only get like a giant, only get a small rock instead of a giant rock on it. I mean, I don't know why I would have expected anything different, but it was still kind of underwhelming. Let's see what this shrine has to offer. Rise and fall. Oops. I didn't time that very well, now did I? I picked a bad time to look around, as it were. Hey, Christian Cool. Is this even legal for you to play? I mean, I can't see the fine corner of any of these pixels. A couple times a year. A couple times a year, I give myself a new game. It is rather unusual for me, though. I cannot deny that. A few times a year? What makes the prerequisites? You know, I'm not really sure. There's no rhyme or reason to the stream. Everything is decided on a whim, pretty much. Zonite shield. That's kind of cool. A shield used by the Zonai to make and made of Zonite. It lowers the energy consumption of an attached Zonai device. Alright, that will be my new shield. Guess we'll kick that off of the world. Uh-oh. Hmm. I don't know that this shrine is solvable with my current tool set. I mean, that's an awfully gigantic gap to cross. I'm scratching my head. Uh-oh. I think 9 hours of Zelda a day is my limit. I shame all my fellow gamers. I mean, I've yet to come even close to that, Game and Fit. I've solved it. I've solved the mystery. The sickness has subsided. I think I'm gonna live. Thank goodness. Very happy to hear that. the motion controls are driving me crazy. Goodness. Alright, this is gonna happen. That's what I need to do. I just need it to hover above the button for as long as possible. It's fine, I'll balance it later. Alright. No! I couldn't get this where I wanted it to be. We're just gonna go straight up again. Alright, well, we try it again. The exact same thing, but I know it's gonna work. I just gotta get this in the right place. We basically did it a moment ago. I just wasn't on it. I wonder what the real solution to this puzzle is, because I don't think my way can be how to do it. Well, that ruins it. Because I'm not on it. Ah, that was supposed to be it. I was supposed to get me to the other side. Oh, wait a moment. The solution might actually be really simple. This is the toughest puzzle I've ever tried to solve. Why didn't they just give me enough things to build a bridge, huh? I hate this game. Dude, how in the world is that possible that it missed? I'm so mad. I'm impressed. I don't think you can get it to do that again, even if you tried. That's as close as I've gotten. The big difficulty I have is that the big difficulty that I have is that the box is going to roll. Oh, so close. It actually threw me the way I needed to go, which I didn't expect. This might be possible. I do kind of suspect you're not supposed to be doing this shrine right now like I'm doing. I do remember that there was a paraglider in Breath of the Wild, and I don't know if that's in this game. I would assume it would be because I've already seen some updraft wind. But I think that, you know, I assume you're supposed to do this with the paraglider. But if I can do it beforehand without, I'll have something to pat myself on the back about. So I really want to keep trying this. Well, I love watching how outrageous these experiments are. My mom asks for help sometimes, and she tries weird things, and then I come in and just find my own way. The improvisation here is off the charts. What I really wanted to do, what I really wanted to be able to do, but I can't move that chest. If I could have picked up that chest, I would use the chest to weigh down the button. And then I would have just built an uneven, like I wanted to attach these two boxes to each other in a way where they were uneven. And then just ride the combined boxes across, but like I don't think anything I have is heavy enough to weigh this down. Something I have is heavy enough to weigh this down. That's interesting. That changes a lot. don't think this will go far enough, though. I think I'm going to end up in the pit. If I'd held on to a different part, would I have been able to make that jump, I wonder? I think maybe. I don't know, I kind of think my other plan was working better. Hey Cap Sid, welcome in. Great to have you here, my friend. Welcome to Tears of the Kingdom. Hopefully you are not avoiding spoilers, because if so, then you might get spoiled hanging out around here. But I would be happy to have your company, if we are able. I'm trying to solve a shrine that I think I'm not equipped for. Hey Sparrow, welcome in. Good to have you here. Hope things are going well for you this week, Sparrow. There were a couple of questions about you earlier tonight. You've been, your absence has been felt by not just me. No! Get up there. Hey Duchess, welcome in. Hope you are well. I love the hat so much. Missed it by that much. That I did. You're spoiling this game for me, so I'm gonna unfollow for a day. Your absence will be missed, Cap Sid. Oh, I'm in the retro category. I don't, I mean, I could. I don't tend to change my category all that much. I do have it in the title that I'm playing, Tears of the Kingdom, so that should warn people off from clicking on us. been watching NX play. It's been a blast. Thankfully, I have no care for spoilers with this game, so it's been fun. Right on. NX's streams are a good time. I don't get to catch them that often. I've been having tons of fun with this game. It's been a really good time. Sparrow said, I'm doing okay, all considered. As no surprise to yourself, I resigned from my job today. 12 years, what I consider not just my career, but even my identity, come to an end. Well, I hope, Sparrow, that it's not an ending, or not just an ending, but a beginning of something much more wonderful for you. You wouldn't be able to start your next thing if you were still doing that thing, right? More time to watch Frownie. I'm glad you have your priorities in the right place, Sparrow. No, it didn't move the way it moved last time. This is all a disaster. I can't give up. We've sunk so much time into trying this that I've got to get it. There really is no other option at this point. Too many costs have been sunk. It doesn't stream much, sadly. You watch him on Discord. He loves your streams too. I'm very flattered to hear that. It's for the best for my health. Bittersweet feelings, but onward and upward, right? Onward and upward, Sparrow. Without that pesky job demanding my attention. I haven't really decided which of these approaches I like better, so I'm just going to kind of go back and forth between trying each of them. Until I either have another epiphany or one of them accidentally works. This is why Frownie's channel is the best. So many lovely people here, Sparrow says. I am deeply grateful for it, Sparrow. Really torn on what order to do all the things in this game in. No. I missed the jump button. Having some difficulty because of so many things to do as well. Yeah, it's just like, you know, like I know where to go to progress the story, and I just don't know like how long do I hold off on that. And like I can't, it's difficult for me to decide whether I want to do as much of the game as I can out of order, or if I should be a little less stubborn. I guess I'll find out in due time why you've got that awesome hat. Oh, my Link's hat. I thought I was getting compliments on my beanie. No, Link's hat puts mine to shame. Someone gave me this hat earlier tonight in the game. It's an enemy mask. And naturally, it was so rad, I had to wear it immediately. Sorry these attempts take so long, because I've got to wiggle that box up there for forever. Oh no, it's gonna miss. Oh, but yeah, there's my, there's zoom in on Link's hat a little bit as best I can. It's like, I think it's even got big button eyes. But yeah, it makes me look like an enemy, so it's a lot of fun to wear. Just to share, Frownie, 4 kings done. First attempt. Don't give much props, though, since I'm sure I was over leveled. I mean, that's the only, so far as I'm aware, that's the only way to beat the 4 kings. Is that they just demand that you show up with a lot of attack power, whether it be from some stupendous weapon or over leveling. My strategy to defeat them was to grind a couple levels. They're the only boss in the game, I think, that I intentionally went on a level grind for. They're the only ones I remember anyway. The beanie is awesome and very fitting for the subject matter. But you know that from all the compliments already, right? If you plan to do both games, I think I would definitely recommend doing Breath of the Wild first. I have a feeling that one's going to be a little tough to go back to after this game. I wonder if anyone's ever noticed that this game is kind of difficult. That is not what I wanted to do. Had a heavy armor with +5 Black Knight sword. I was tanking the hits. I went the whole game and never got strong enough to carry the Black Knight sword. I don't know, Sparrow. To answer your question about the meme, I don't think I can. I haven't seen enough of the story of this game to be able to know anything. So, don't fill me in. All I've done is explore and do side stuff. Right on. Difficult? I've only died 279 times. Still thinking about those cookies. There's in Breath of the Wild, there's a power that's like this, but it's magnetic. It only works on metal objects. In this game, it works on everything movable, pretty much. So there is a power like this, but it's not the same. They basically took the they basically took the metal object moving ability from the first game and turned it into a crafting system. Oh no! I was mere inches away. I have played Portal. I haven't played Half-Life 2. I haven't played Half-Life 1 for that matter. I don't actually think this configuration is a very good idea. But it's a thing I haven't tried yet, so... It's not a spoiler. I would never. Thank you, Sparrow. Breath of the Wild, you couldn't stick things together like you can in this one. Half-Life 2 in a nutshell for me is a first-person shooter that requires a hefty amount of brain power. Great game though, still haven't beaten it. I'm getting slight companion cube vibes. These cubes are not my friend. Oh. I may be super dumb. I mean, there's no doubt about that, but I think I can combine my two strategies into one that will work and be much easier. I'll try it after this attempt. I don't know what this is going to be like. Antagonist cubes, yeah. No, that would have been perfect. I could have made that jump. Alright, well, I'm going to try that one more time since it looked like I could have made that jump. I just didn't. I wasn't confident in how the construct was going to turn in the sky. I didn't know how it was going to behave. I think this is going to do it. My other plan was just to stick these end to end and lay them sideways on top. And basically do what I was doing before, where I tried to balance the cube on the edge. But use the shield. Hover the shield above the button. Have both the boxes attached. Climb the boxes up. Well, attach the boxes here. Climb up on the ledge. Hover the shield. Pull the boxes up across the gap so that they're evenly balanced over the thing, and then let it take off into the sky. I mean, if this doesn't work, that's what I'm going to do next time. That's my idea. I think that would work better than this, potentially, but we were so close with this that now I'm committed to trying it. I guess I'd never really think to do this. This game makes me feel dumb too. Majora's Mask in particular really threw me to a loop. So many steps, Scout says. I flat out refuse to try it. Majora's Mask? Oh, it's lots of fun. I missed my jump button. Ah, I missed the jump button. Life is so hard. You're saying that because of the purple colorways? What does that mean? What are colorways? I feel like maybe you've hit me with an Australianism that I don't get. It's a word like color option. Because the mask is purple, but that's not quite true. I mean, there's a lot of purple in Majora's Mask. I guess the game's main font is purple too, right? I like for an N64 game how, like, real the world seems. Like, the characters have a lot going on, and there's a lot of depth to everything in Majora's Mask. I like that it's got a heavy focus on side quests. It's not afraid to get a bit dark. But I don't really think it does it gratuitously or intentionally. That's not really the right word. I don't think I don't think Majora's Mask is dark for the sake of being dark. I think I basically have as much time as I need for this. I don't know. Fingers crossed. I don't know what it's gonna do. That looked about like the other structure that I built. I'm gonna run out of food before to heal me before I solve this. Spoke with Matt about playing Twilight Princess. He said something to the effect of, "I'm sorry for your choice." He's been sinking many hours into Tears of the Kingdom as well. He said, "Don't listen to me, Zelda 2 is my favorite." I really love Zelda 2. Describing it as favorite material? Maybe a bit difficult. Ocarina of Time is probably the darkest story that no one ever really thought about. I think I've seen that video, Game and Fit. If that's the one I think it is, I recall it being a really good video essay. Hey, Angelus is coming in. Thank you for the raid, Angelus. Welcome in. Welcome to your friends. How did it go? Did you, were you doing Circle of the Moon tonight? Uh-oh. Well, let's see. I don't know if I've actually launched it in this configuration yet. I think I just did it the other way. Cross your fingers, everyone. Why? I'm getting so close. I'm getting so close. Physics is not my friend. So welcome to Tears of the Kingdom, my friends. If you're looking to avoid spoilers, I understand if you have to duck out. But I am very grateful to have you here if that's not the case. Really? That's too far away to grab? I don't believe it. Angela says... I think you have a... I think that's a 0 instead of a O in the shout out there, Cows. I think that's why the bot didn't cooperate with us. But Dracula still can't beat him. That's more like it. I'm sorry to hear. I'm sorry to hear that Dracula is so brutal, Angelus. Hopefully you're gonna stick with it though, and you know, hopefully figure something out that's gonna lead you to victory. I'd offer you any pointers I could, but I have no idea how to do it myself. Managed to get through the arena. Used up all of my healing items. I didn't save because I need them. Fair enough. Yeah, thank you, cows. No worries. I don't know where the best place to stand on this is. I'll hold on to it here just in case. No! Ah. This is the worst. This has got to be like the worst hour in all of streaming. I know I can do this. I cannot let Miyamoto beat me. Getting the last armor in the game is not a good trade-off for losing all of your healing items and using all of your heart restoring items. You see the chat this time, and he got a message, but it was from a bot. Just hang in there, Angelus. That's what that's what it can be like sometimes. I'm hopeless. Here's a configuration I haven't tried before. I got high hopes for this one. If stat points max out at 100, Frownie has put 250 into persistence. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's at doing the same thing over and over again for very long periods of time. Don't lose hope, Cows says. Thank you, Cows. Frownie, why did it take you 4,000 hours to beat Tears of the Kingdom? Well, there was this one shrine. I really want to see you do this game, and Pitt says, me too. Me too. I'm gonna feel like the biggest loser on the planet if I have to abandon this. It'll be worse than when I couldn't beat Air Fortress. I actually have no idea how I'm supposed to get up on top of this. I would say that's a... I would say that's a problem for future Frownie to figure out, but future Frownie is me. I don't know what's gonna happen. That was terrible. 3,000 hours are gonna be spent in this one shrine. Cows, that is such an optimistic estimate. Was there anything else in this shrine? That thing over there is grabbable, but I don't think it comes off the rail. I can't even leave this shrine if I wanted to. There's no way back across. The year is 2123. The Switch is now an ancient retro console. Frownie is still in the shrine, but he remains doggedly persistent, knowing any day now he will defeat the evil. What a grim vision of the future. So bleak. Stream 457, day 1191. I mean, I'm only streaming like every 3 days. Why is this being so difficult? I've got to hold some sort of record for amount of time spent in this shrine. Someone call Guinness. I just have a lot of difficulty because I can't. I need the camera to be further away so that I can understand, and I need time to move more slowly so I understand what in the world's going on. Wait a minute, there's not something I can ascend up onto, is there? It's not one of those, is it? As Frownie said, it's like that sometimes. Don't lose hope. Very difficult to build a channel from nothing. I wish I could give some pointers. There's really no magic bullet. don't know if I've actually tried this formation yet. I have my doubts, but I mean, nothing else has worked, so... Maybe I've tried that. It looks a little more familiar now. Thank you for your patience, my friends. You know, for all we talk about how much patience I have, you guys have a ton of patience to put up with me doing this. And potentially for no reward, because there's no guarantee that I'm going to be able to do it. In fact, it looks less and less likely every moment that passes. The box made it, and I didn't. The box kind of made it. It did bounce off, but it kind of made it. That felt really close. They always feel really close, though. I'm super invested in you succeeding. Gotta watch it out, Cal says. No pressure. You beat Battletoads, this should be easy. I'm always playing while watching, so I'm always entertained. Right on. This is the clinger winger of Tears of the Kingdom. I mean, we hope it is. Can you imagine if I find a situation even worse than this? Just wait and let this hover. Hey, Sarconius, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Always a pleasure to have you here, my friend. How are you doing? How did, what was that? I don't even know what that game was called that you were playing. Sark was playing this Japanese platformer where you play as a star. It was very Kirby-like. It looked like a lot of fun. It looks pretty good for retro. That's right. Heads up, everyone. We're playing Tears of the Kingdom. So if you're looking to avoid spoilers, then I definitely understand if you have the bounce. If you don't care about spoilers and you want to hang out with us, I'm very happy to have you here. But I understand. I understand if you don't want to watch a game you haven't played yet. I'll just say about it while I'm giving folks time to bounce. I'll just say about it that I loved Breath of the Wild. and I've been having an amazing time with this game. Super amazing time with this one. We're up to a lot of nonsense right now, so if you've come for excellent gameplay, then I'm definitely gonna disappoint you. I'm trying to do something that might not even be possible. But welcome in, everybody. Always great to have you here, Sark. Thank you so much for bringing your people along. If you don't follow Sarconius, my friends, you might want to help yourselves to that link there in the shout out. Sark does retro achievement hunting, and boy, he takes on some brutal challenges sometimes. Just recently, he was doing a God of War game on the PSP. He's doing that Japanese game that I mentioned. I've seen him do things like Jackal and Castlevania Chronicles. Crazy respect for the challenges he takes on. So if you like retro games, and you like retro games done well, our friend Sarconius can provide that. Starfy 2, Sark says. Starfy. It's been fun. It's been way longer than I thought it was. Gonna end up taking 4 streams to master. Oh, you're still working on it. That is a big game. I'll probably play this game 10 years from now, so I've forgotten everything I saw, Angela says. Actual name is Densetsu no Starfy 2. I don't know what the word Densetsu means, but I feel like it's in the title of a lot of Japanese games. Or it's in a lot of Japanese titles. Victory! We did it! We crossed the gap! I've been trying to do that for an hour! I've been trying to do that probably for more than an hour. It's been about an hour and a half. I've been trying to get across this gap. I think this is a shrine you're supposed to have the paraglider for. I don't have a paraglider. I don't even know if it's in this game yet. I know it was in Breath of the Wild. I haven't seen it or heard it mentioned yet. I can't imagine it wouldn't be in this, but yeah, don't you dare fall off the ledge. I thought I was going to for a moment. It's a good thing I don't have Joy-Con drift right now. Oh my goodness. Oh, that may not seem like much if you've just come in, but boy, I was over there on that side of this gap for forever. I tried every possible configuration of stacking those blocks. Many of them multiple times. I left no stone unturned. Oh my goodness. That was the victory of the night, my friends. What a nightmare. Thank you for the GG, Sark. Thank you for the trophy, Sparrow. Densetsu is kind of equivalent to folklore, Cow says. Seiken Densetsu is Secret of Mana. We've been here for what, an hour and a half? Oh yeah, it's been forever. Densetsu means legend, but it could also mean folklore or tradition. Alright, let's get out of here. That was something else. Legend of Mana has a slightly better ring to it, I think, Sparrow says. What about Final Fantasy Adventure? That's what the first one got translated as. Or got titled in the West, anyway. I like the design of the Zonai characters, like Raru. I like his look. The sort of long neck and the animal face. He looks kind of, I don't know, goat-like. Yeah, Final Fantasy Adventure is actually the first game in the Mana series. But they titled it, you know, after Final Fantasy, I guess, for marketing purposes. Yeah, I think it has basically nothing. Actually, I think there's a chocobo in Final Fantasy Adventure, which I think chocobo are a Final Fantasy character, right? So that's, if I'm right about that, that's a little weird. But they might have just added that in when they decided to change the title. I don't know. It might be a different creature in the original. Maybe they just renamed it. Blue rupee. 5 rupees. Its shiny blue facets make you weak in the knees. I'm feeling weak in the knees over $5. Can I go into this well? There's something down here.
When the glow of the blood-stained moon shines upon the land, the aimless spirits of slain monsters return to flesh. The world is threatened once again.
I feel like the knee weakness probably has more to do with the success of clearing that shrine. I mean, that was our big victory for tonight, my friends. It's all downhill for the rest of the night. There's not going to be anything as grand as that. I want to go down here, but I'm not sure I can survive. Well, I don't think I have a choice now. Oh, well, I got a bit of stamina left. Let's, No! Oh, I'm okay. Oh, of course, it's a well. Of course there's gonna be water at the bottom. I was safe all along. Why would I have ever been scared? What's that? Oh. I don't know what that is. My arrow obliterated it. Glowing cave fish, a luminous fish that lives in dark caves. When consumed, its light enzyme can make one's body glow? Hey, we have to check that out. Although, I don't know if cooking it destroys that property. I hope I have a bomb. This probably won't work, right? Yeah. I think I've got a... yeah. I hope there's a way back out of here, because, mean, there's nothing here. What did I come down here for? Yummy irradiated fish makes you glow with health and prosperity. That seems like, I'm thinking of, like, I don't know. I'm thinking about that fish with the extra eyeballs from The Simpsons, but no one ever eats that, right? When I think of a radioactive fish, that's like the, like, mental touch point for radioactive fish. Well, I'm not really sure what this whole area down here is about. Oh, maybe I throw this rock in this pond. I missed. Ooh. What is... Oh, it's some tree roots or something. I saw something moving on the roof. I was like, oh, that's gross. Alright, well, I guess we have to teleport out of here. This place was, perplexing. Acid wells? Oh, no. Ooh. Oh, never mind. I was excited. I thought this was one of those treasures falling from the sky. It looks so lush. I love it. I love the world of Breath of the Wild. I love just being in this world, just walking around, and it's so vast. I think there was a cooking pot. There it is. Let's go cook this fish, and then I'll try and remember to eat it when it's nighttime again. I hope that cooking it doesn't destroy its glowing properties. This game peaked over 350K viewers on Twitch and sold over 30 million copies on launch day. Gonna do a bit of cooking. I didn't want to cook just one mushroom. Okay, do I have anything for stamina? Oh. We're always in so much trouble because I'm so clumsy with the, That didn't... I thought that was supposed to make a stamina thing. Oh well. I can cook the bomb flour? Oh. Dubious food. My favorite. Ow. Scratched myself or something. That's cool. You can see recipes. All right. We talked to that guy. Hang out with the dog for a moment. I still don't have any meat to give to the dog. Did we ever talk to you? Hi, traveler. If you're striking up conversation with me again, does that mean you've seen something like a new animal species? We talked to you already. Alas. So... an enemy? It is. I love that you can pick up the dogs and cats in Twilight Princess and even throw the dogs a bone. You can feed the dogs meat in this, I think, to befriend them. There's not a whole lot of interactivity, but I think if I remember right, you can give them meat. Cats are funny in that game. Their tails are like antennas. Do they retract telescopically? Recipes is cool. I could never remember what made what in Breath of the Wild, Cal says. You and me both. I actually thought, I was kind of hoping it would blow up in his face, like that kid from Harry Potter. That's what I thought was gonna happen. I thought that trying to cook the bomb flour would just make it explode. Raw bird drumstick. This meat is tougher and chewier than a standard steak. Tastes better cooked. Alright, let's do a little bit of building. I've got a vision for something I want to make. That's not just a bridge. Oh, I've got the yawns. Must stay awake. I'll be happy to have you here as long as I can, Game and Fit. But if you need to retire, I won't hold it against you either. It's fine. You know what? I don't want to argue with it. Alright, my friends. Let's just see how high this can take us. except I really need this to be in the right place. What could go wrong, right? Excuse me? Where did my rockets go? They disappeared and left me behind. Well, that was terribly underwhelming. Oh yeah, it's raining. I'll destroy the evidence of my failure. No one will ever know. Got stuck on something today. Checked everywhere, no luck. Came back a second time, again no luck. Came back a third time. Answer was right in front of my face. Just a simple yes or no. I'd ask for just a simple yes or no. No details. Game and fit. But was there an easier way to do that shrine that I spent forever in? I mean, there must have been an easier way to do it, but, I mean, have you done that shrine, and did you do it a different, easier way? Yes or no? Yeah. You were playing that shrine on legendary difficulty. I love it. We wouldn't have it any other way. Oh. Look at me. Working without my hard hat. OSHA's gonna be furious. So, I kind of think I'd like to try and do the 2 shrines that I have marked on the map yet. And then maybe see about advancing the story just a little. Who's going to be furious? OSHA. The Occupational Safety and Health Association? Something like that. I don't know. I might have gotten all the acronym wrong. They're the organization that, like, makes sure that you have, like, guardrails on the stairs and... You wear your hard hat on a construction site. I thought you meant the whale from Free Willy. Welcome back, Mile Hyrule. hope you were lurking, because if not, you may have missed the most epic shrine clear of the century. Hard Hat Mac, I was telling you about. There's a character named OSHA in it. Now it makes sense. I'll go back and watch the VOD. There was an epic struggle to clear a shrine. I don't use that description lightly either. Oops. That moblin's gonna get roasted. I got roasted. Oh my goodness. I like your new hat. Thank you. Thank you. I'll show you the map when I reload. I'm here. I don't know if this means anything, but that's the best I can do for you. I'm to the right of the story objective. Do you find enemies do more damage in this game than they did in Breath of the Wild? I don't know. I feel like the enemies are weaker than they were in Breath of the Wild. I feel like they take less damage. I don't know if they do more or less damage. Oh, I don't have a shield. I'm also using a two-handed weapon. It's alright. I wanted to take that off anyway. No. I'm really struggling. Surely we'll turn this around. There we go. I just need to land a few more shots in their faces. They got this big glowing nose. And I just can't seem to hit them. I kind of made it a point to try to not eat in the middle of battle, just as an extra little added challenge. So I die a lot more. But I feel that my victories are more honorable. I sure wish it wasn't raining. Yeah, throwing in extra challenges just for fun. I mean, cows, did you see the last shrine? Playing on expert mega mode. I don't see, like, a treasure chest or anything over here. I don't think there was any point to the battle that I won. Other than, you know, the love of the sport. Palm fruit. Fruit from palm trees that grow near the ocean. It doesn't offer any special effects, but it will increase your heart recovery when used as an ingredient. Nothing in that at all. There was another barrel too, but I guess it has vanished from the universe. Oh, there might be some more stuff up here. Maybe some more enemies. Watch out, Frownie. We look to be okay. Ah! my goodness. Look at all these shrines. Look at how far away. Ah! Everything's always so far away. That it is. It's sort of a like a key feature of the experience, right? I shouldn't, I shouldn't complain about it. Amaranth. This tough medicinal plant cannot be broken, but it can be cooked. Its durable yet flexible fibers raise your defense when cooked into a dish. Crynal Peak Cave. Uh-oh. Why are you guys so mean? I'm one of you. Don't you see the ears? I don't have any arrows left. Run, Link! No! You know, I actually thought I was okay. It's giving me a second chance. Maybe don't waste my bomb flowers this time, huh? They're pre-wasted. Oh no. Oddly enough, I don't see any bombs. Oh well. This is like a bomb. That laser sure doesn't work very well. I might be about to die. Whoa. I'm out of arrows. Oh, no, you don't. Get back here, you coward. Seriously? All the way back here and back to sleep? Like I never even existed? Well, they're fleeing from me. I think it's fine to have a snack. They must be guarding something good, right? I'm stuck on something. Oh, I forgot I had this. Well, I won't have it for long. That laser sword is kind of a joke. None of these are any good. Did he just give me the finger? It really looked like that. Wow, that bouncy sword kind of ruined this guy. He was stun locked continually. Boss Bokoblin Fang. A large fang dropped by a boss Bokoblin. Attach it to an arrow to increase attack power, or stew it with a critter to make an elixir. Blue Boss Bokoblin Horn. An axe-shaped horn with a band to identify it as belonging to a leader. Attach it to a weapon to moderately increase attack power, or cook it with a critter to make an elixir. You agree, cows? Yeah. Yeah, it looked like he wasn't very impressed with me. Hey, we got our bomb flowers back. Nice. And some meat. Seared steak. Meat cooked over an open flame. Cooking it has increased its flavor and the number of hearts it provides. I don't have any arrows. Oh, but you can throw... Well, good thing they gave me just enough bombs for making it through here, I guess. Or maybe they didn't even. Oh, I think they didn't. I think they didn't even give me enough bombs. We're gonna have to come back here with a lot more someday. There's a lot of pathways yet unseen. There's a shrine down here. Cool. Hey, Defiant Salem, welcome in. My pet helped you type your hello message. Right on. I have pets that like to be helpful like that. Bright Cap. A mushroom that glows in caves and contains luminescent enzymes. Cook it with a dish to give a glowing effect to anyone who eats it. That reminds me, our fish. Let's eat our glowing fish. I mean, that is a very subtle glow. I guess I need to be somewhere that's more dark. Lamp Link. Hope you're doing well today, Salem. I appreciate you joining us. Oh, it's one of these. rotation. Everyone loved Eventide Isle from the first game, and so Nintendo decided to give us a whole bunch of that. I've already been spotted. Thank you. I'll be taking that halberd. I'll also be taking these arrows. You want to shoot some more arrows at me? All you're doing is making me stronger. See ya. Ooh. Is this actually an enemy? Oh, it is. Maybe it's not. Please don't blow me up. It did. I love having all my hard-earned things taken away from me. More of that, please. Yeah, that was pretty much perfect. I think the rush right in approach actually might work for me, though. What? That guy's hitting me at the top of his head. Unfair. Oh. And an arrow. No, I wanted that guy's bow. Oh, I just don't have any arrows. Oh no. That's not a bottomless pit. They're still alive down there. for the sword. Ooh. No! I really thought I was okay. The shrines make you rage? The comedic timing there, Cal says, was explosive. My timeliness in reading that comment was a dud. Oh yeah, I don't have any food. Oh no, my glow is gonna wear off. Oops. Double oops. Your equipment will be returned to you. Thanks. You guys ever dream about video games? Lately I've had Tears of the Kingdom dreams, and I have a lot of Dark Souls dreams too. I dream about games sometimes. Game and Fit. I dreamed about Air Fortress when I was playing that. Those were nightmares. Excuse me. This isn't a chest? I rarely dream, but once I dreamed I was on Yoshi's Island and had the song stuck in my head when I woke up. Couldn't shake it all day long. I mean, that doesn't help me. If that's the only way up, I don't know what to do. That's a decent song to get stuck in your head. Maybe for the first couple of hours. Did I get my food back? I did. Good. I anticipate being hurt. I still don't have arrows. I seem to be stuck in a rather dumb situation. Oh, okay, hang on. That dive. That dive probably would have helped me a lot in the other shrine, too. Magic rod. I don't think there's another treasure chest in here. A magic rod without him to fight one of those whiz robes, yes. Yes, please, I'll take it. Hope there hasn't been a blood moon while I was in there. I literally wouldn't want to fight my way through those dudes again to get out of here. You know what? I came across one of these dandelions before, and I never figured out how it works. Still don't know. Korok. I still don't know how it works. But okay. Catch it. Victory. So much rain. Alright, I think I am gonna make my way back toward the story marker. We've done enough shrines that I can get a upgrade to our stamina, which will be nice. And I'd kind of like to poke around and do more shrines, but I'm so woefully out of arrows. I guess that explains why everything is so green in this world. Why is everything so green? Because the Koroks are hiding everywhere? Oh, because there's so much rain. There really is. I'd like to do more nonsense and hard mode more shrines, but I'm so low on, like, resources. If the rain accumulated like in real life, Hyrule will be the next water world. Ah, so Wind Waker comes after Tears of the Kingdom. I gotta figure out how to get a stone over here. I think I see how I'm gonna get a stone. Over there. I think I'm starting to know why they named it Tears of the Kingdom. Korok! Yahaha! I feel very sorry for anyone who cannot smile at the sight of a Korok. They are a delight to behold. Oh, it's pretty late in the stream to be messing with any of the AV stuff, but I thought I'd bring the brightness up a little bit. Oh, actually, I'm going to take a moment and cut the VOD here.